Coffee on the counter, but I'm reaching for that roll. No alarms, no calls, just a mellow kind of flow. Couch hugging these buns and I ain't got nowhere to go. Grind it up slow like I'm blessing every leaf. Pull the lighter from the drawer, inhale the morning peace. That first hit hits deep, quiets the noise from the street. Now the world feels fine and my soul's off leash. Wake and bake, start the day feeling great. No hate, just vibes on my plate. Let the stress melt down with the flame. Inhale the good, exhale the weight. Wake and bake, floating high in my space. Every breath like a warm embrace. No rush, just riding the wave. One toe closer to grace. Lo-fi beats in a pancake stack. Ashtray full, vinyl spinning in the back. Socks mismatched, hoodie smelling like last night. But I'm lit and it feels just right. Mind drifting with the smoke out the window. Time don't matter when you're in this limbo. Check the mirror, red eyes, chill grin. Feeling more alive than I've ever been. Wake and bake, start the day feeling great. No hate, just vibes on my plate. Let the stress melt down with the flame. Inhale the good, exhale the weight. Wake and bake, floating high in my space. Every breath like a warm embrace. No rush, just riding the wave. One toe closer to grace. I like my self-care with a cloud of smoke. Herbal medicine with my morning joe. Biscuits ain't the only thing I bake. I like to melt like butter when I wake. Getting high like the sun and I'm moving slow. And the smile on my face, that's a natural glow. Another bowl, another beat on play. Grateful for the simple start of the day. Slide into my Crocs, incense burning slow. Chilling like a monk with a morning glow. Ringer on mute, I don't need that stress. Just one more hit and a heart full of yes. Neighbors walking by, I'm watching as they all go. I ain't waving at you, I'm waving at your doggo. Playlist flowing like the clouds in the sky. And everything in the world is getting me high. Feeling lighter with each little sigh. Painting shapes in the big blue sky. Ain't in a hurry, ain't chasing time. Just letting the morning rewrite my mind. One more hit for the dreams I keep. One more stretch in the sun so deep. Wake, bake, toke, repeat. That's the only kind of busy I need. Wake and bake, start the day feeling great. No hate, just vibes on my plate. Let the stress melt down with the flame. Inhale the good, exhale the weight. Wake and bake, floating high in my space. Every breath like a warm embrace. No rush, just riding the wave. One toe closer to grace. One toe closer to grace.
First off, check this shit out. Got my get in full disclosure. Ooh, this over here, yeah. So full disclosure, I'm a huge Gamer Sups fan. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Yeah. So anyway, that was saying, huge Gamer Subs fan, loyal Gamer Subs fan. But like I've always said, you should always be a fan of more than one thing. Always try new things so you can be a fan of more than one thing. So when people say, "What's your favorite song?" There's a million of them. Favorite movie? There's a whole pile of movies that I would watch a million more times. But anyway, yeah. So, mystery flavor. Mm, okay. So I let my kid smell it. She said, no smell. I think there's a smell, but it's so very slight. But it is very pleasant. Don't know. I don't even know what this color is. But I can't identify the flavor based on smell because there's hardly any. The smell is just so slight, it's almost not there at all. But what is there? It's very, very pleasant, very berry, if anything. But yeah, I'm a huge fan of gamer subs because, sugar free, not a lot of caffeine, um, lots of nootropics and vitamins and whatnot, great energy. This this advertises itself as no jitters. It looks like caffeine and whatnot is comparable to gamer subs, but it's got some stuff that they don't have. Green coffee bean extract. But as far as not having bad bullshit in it, going by the label, comparable. I don't know. I don't know how their shaker works here because it said you don't need a shaker ball or strainer or anything. But I think they fib. I should have dropped a shaker ball in here because I've been looking at it and I don't see how you would. Oh, okay, that was interesting. So there is something. There's something about this cup. Something in here about this cup that whenever I shake it, It is getting it to make a clockwise swirl every time. Okay. So there's something going on here that I just don't see. Moment of it is a reddish color. I'm gonna go to their website. Kind of a reddish color. Kind of reminds me of Kool-Aid now, in a way. Let's see. Sour gummy bear. The cherry limer is brand new. I don't know if they would put the cherry lime in the mystery flavor already. Retro rainbow sherbet. Journey's in bleeding orange. Japanese soda. Japanese yuzu. I would have so loved to have gotten either one of those. Sweet and sour blue raz. Well, it's not blue. Strawberry margarita. It's possible because this does have a very strawberry flavor to it. Strawberry, yeah. Definitely not the s'mores. Push and punch could be, possibly. Possibly the Dragonade. It's red. Whatever it is, it's red and it has a strawberry like flavor to it. Possibly the tiger blood. Possibly the bleeding orange, maybe. If the bleeding orange is blood orange. Come on, just tell me what it is. Oh yeah, fresh blood oranges, possibly. No, too strawberry. I doubt it would be that then. That one I would totally be okay with, but it's too new. Honeydew white grape. No, definitely not that. That I would be a big fan of. Show me a color. Show me a picture of what it looks like when it's mixed. I have the feeling it's this one. Watermelon, strawberry, coconut blend. Okay, so it could be that. It could be tiger blood. It could be tiger blood or strawberry margarita. But I'm not smelling. I'm not smelling any watermelon at all. So I'm thinking no on that. Elbowed my cat. Oh, so the mystery flavor isn't even one of those. It's not. It's not even one of those. Okay, so I was totally wrong. I should have read this. Only one person knows what the true taste of this flavor is, and he's never going to tell you what it is. Guess what the flavor? Guess what flavor this is? Let us know what you think. So it's not one of those. Okay. Seems like straight cherry and not black cherry. Okay. Something cherry. Yeah. Hmm. Not cotton candy. It's definitely a cherry type. Like a this is going to sound really weird, but it tastes like a Shirley Temple without the fizz. It tastes exactly like it's like I'm drinking I'm drinking something with grenadine in it. That's what it tastes like. It tastes like I'm drinking something with grenadine in it. But if you've ever had a Shirley Temple, you know what I'm talking about with how the Shirley Temple itself even has a different flavor profile from the grenadine by itself. And now the more I look at it, the more I'm seeing like a radioactive reddish purple. But it's very, very good. It's very, very good.
You deserve. But then, diving right back into the news, Tucker Carlson finally took off the kid gloves and launched a full frontal assault on Donald Trump. Right now, you'll remember that yesterday we saw Joe Rogan and Theo Vaughn going off on the Iran war, as well as Alex Jones and Marjorie Taylor Greene sounded off on that unhinged Easter post that Trump made, or the one where he threatened to bomb bridges and power plants, said, "Open the fucking straight, you crazy bastards, you'll be living in hell," and topped it off with "Praise be to Allah." And well, now
the irony is he's the crazy bastard.
Oh, you've got even more big names jumping in. You've got allegations of Satanism, the Antichrist, anti-Americanism, nuclear war, and really so much more, starting with Tucker Carlson. Because he accused Trump of desecrating Easter Sunday, and he argued that the red flags go all the way back to the beginning.
On Inauguration Day, the president did not take his oath of office with his hand on the Bible. That suggests not that you don't believe it's real.
Go watch The Omen. If you have a MAGA friend, get them to watch The Omen with you. I'm not joking. If you have a MAGA friend, get them to watch The Omen Part 3 with. And then after you watch it, find some way to just conveniently pop up Trump's inauguration. Or this clip of Tucker Carlson talking. That'd be even better.
Because if you didn't believe it was real, why would you care? You'd put on the costume and take it off. Doesn't matter. That suggests you know it is real. and you're rejecting it intentionally. You know what you're doing, and you're doing it anyway.
Then you had Tucker saying that the final straw was when Trump invaded Venezuela, not so much because of what he did, but more so why he did it, or which by Trump's own admission was to take their oil.
Theft is wrong. It's wrong under the American legal code, but it's all
okay. Part of me is still thinking a Shirley Temple, but part of me is also thinking cherry bubble gum, pink bubble gum, like pink bubble gum ice cream.
also wrong under the Christian legal code.
So this is the new iPhone 17 Pro. This is limitless 7.0, and it's the most advanced phone case I've ever.
Theft is wrong. Spelled out really clearly. It's also intuitive. And here was the president saying, we're just stealing this because we can.
With Tucker then going on to say that might is right attitude, what he called the law of the jungle, is the opposite of the highest law there is, God's law. And so he argues that by that point, Christians should have stopped supporting Trump. And then tying it back to the Bible, he speculated that Trump didn't put his hand on it because he refuses to recognize any law or limit higher than himself, which according to Tucker is tantamount to Trump making himself God, and he says that that is anti-Christian. Or with Tucker then reading the president's Easter post in horror.
There will be nothing like it. Open the effing straight. How dare you speak that way on Easter morning to the country? Who do you think you are? You're tweeting out the F word on Easter morning?
Thinks he's everyone's daddy because you kept calling him daddy. And he's also a domestic abuser. And so with you calling him daddy, now he's committing domestic violence on the entire country because he's a predator and an abuser.
Morning, you'll be living in hell.
That's why his wives always stayed. I mean, even his current wife avoids him like he's the fucking plague. She acts like he's radioactive. She acts like he's patient zero for COVID. But look, look back at his previous wives. Wives always avoided him and kept the kids away from him.
As if hell is a place. Hell is a condition. And this is an example of that condition. It is vile on every level. Blow up their bridges that people cross every day to go to school and work and to worship, and yes, church, because there are over 1 million Christians in Iran. This is their Easter too. And power plants. Iran is a modern country. What happens when it loses power? Well, people die. Babies connected to incubators die. People in hospitals die. And then people begin to starve. And then you have refugee crises. People leave the cities looking for food. And then, yes, they move into other countries. It's totally unacceptable. Not under the phony laws of some international body, but under moral law, God's law. Nobody thinks this is going to work. The thrill is in the killing. The power is in the killing. The exertion of force is the point.
And you had Tucker going on to speculate that the infamous strike on a girls' school early on in the war, it may have actually been intentional. But to that, you have Ben Shapiro dismissing that very idea as anti-American.
You think Pete Hegseth and President Trump are sitting around drawing up a target list and they say, you know what, just for good measure, let's kill a bunch of Iranian schoolgirls. Is that what you think? If you think that, you despise America. Again, you can oppose the war.
What the fuck? Eyebrows Von Dipshit over here makes up the dumbest fucking analogies. Well, if you think bad things about Trump and Pete Hegseth, then you despise America. Take their cocks out of your mouth. Okay? You're sitting there with this dumbass cup that says leftist tears. You're the one whining like a little pussy bitch. It's so fucking ridiculous. And he's always crying the dumbest shit. Well, if you criticize my orange crush, then you despise America. Oh my God. No. It's perfectly fine to point out that Trump and Pete Hegseth are the type of people that would be like, You know, oh, but if you bomb, let's bomb that building. Well, that building's a school. Well, I don't give a fuck. Bomb it anyway. That'll scare the shit out of them. I guarantee you that was the fucking conversation. And if you don't think that, well, then you despise America. It's definitely a cherry-ish flavor. It's definitely a cherry-ish flavor, but it's also kind of bubblegummy. Gotta. My dog wants out. Buddy. Okay, 4 minutes.
War. You can oppose the way that the war is being fought. You can have problems with the general overall strategy. You can have honest questions about the war. That's not what we're talking about here. We're talking about people openly hoping that America loses because they do not.
No. He's just such a little mamby-pamby mealy mouth bitch. I mean, he really is. He's a walking soap opera. He really is. He's like fucking Alexis from Dynasty.
Like America.
With Shapiro also accusing Tucker of hypocrisy for criticizing American military actions, but not those of other countries.
Tucker Carlson has been super pro-Russia throughout the entire Russia-Ukraine conflict, as Russia targets civilians.
Yeah.
He has been extraordinarily pro-Iran throughout this entire conflict after Iran murdered
Me, I'm not on the side of Tucker Carlson or Ben Shapiro. If they were in a sword fight, I'd be hoping for no winners. However, I am on the side of truth. And that's bullshit. He hasn't been on the side of Iran. He's just been against Trump and Hegseth on this. But you can't really say he's been like pro-Iran, because I've even heard him point out that, you know, like the Iranian government commits a lot of atrocities. Da, 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 da. But then he also points out, but there's a lot of people walking up and down those streets every day going about their daily lives who don't have a goddamn thing to do with their government, just like here in America.
some tens of thousands of people in the streets.
And then as far as the bridges and the power plants that Trump threatened, you had Ben.
Yeah. Oh, the Iranian government killed 10,000 people in the streets. Yeah. And how many are we killing with our fucking bombs and our missiles? And how many is going to die when he takes out the power plants and shit? I mean, god damn. Yeah. Tiny brain, big damn eyebrows. And that attempt at a beard isn't making you look like less of a bitch.
Thinking that it's just too early to judge.
Yes, if we just blew up a bridge in the middle of an Iranian town, far from the fighting centers that has nothing to do with the material goal of the war, that would in fact be a violation of the laws of war, such as they are. However, if you blow up a power plant because the power plant is generating the power on behalf of the IRGC, that is a different story.
Right, but Tucker's not convinced. In fact, he went as far as to argue that the logical outcome of the path that Trump's headed down is.
So then by that logic, Ben Shapiro is saying that in a military situation, it would be fine for an enemy country to target our country's power plants because they're generating power on behalf of our government. Jesus fucking Christ.
Nuclear war. Not to mention religious war, which Tucker really took issue with, citing that apparently sarcastic praise be to Allah in Trump's post.
No decent person mocks other people's religions. You may have a problem with the theology, but to mock other people's faith is to mock the idea of faith itself. This is a mockery not just of Islam, it's a mockery of Christianity.
And then extending that argument even further, he seemed to imply without stating it outright that Donald Trump is the Antichrist.
But there's been only one sustained effort to exterminate a faith, and that's the Christian faith.
Base 44 super agents. Careful, there's no going back. No setup. Just say hello.
Could that be part of it? Is it possible the president sees this in bigger terms? Sees this as the fulfillment of something or the elevation to some higher office beyond president of the United States? That's entirely possible.
And he then had Tucker spending the rest of his show talking about how Trump's spiritual advisor, Paula White, compared the president to Jesus Christ himself, which is then also something that Candace Owens also appeared to reference in her response to Trump's Easter writing. This is a satanic administration. We all realize that satanic Zionists occupy the White House, and Congress needs to move to have the Mad King Trump removed. All our lives may depend upon other countries realizing that Trump is deeply unwell and surrounded by religious fanatics who have convinced him that he is a messiah. We are in uncharted territory. Leaders worldwide need to act accordingly. So there you had Ben Shapiro dismissing her as well.
What in the world is she even talking about? What is she talking about? You know, probably she'll provide us evidence of this the same time that she provides.
This is a satanic administration. We all realize that satanic Zionists occupy the White House, and Congress needs to move to have the Mad King Trump removed. All of our lives may depend upon other countries realizing that Trump is deeply unwell and surrounded by religious fanatics who have convinced him that he is the Messiah. We are in uncharted territory. She's not wrong. Like, okay, starting at the White House and Congress needs to move to have the Mad King Trump removed. All of our lives may depend upon other countries realizing that Trump's deeply unwell and surrounded by religious fanatics who have convinced him that he is a messiah. We are in uncharted territory. Leaders worldwide need to act accordingly. Everything I just read from that point on, from the word
What's she talking about?
"the" in front of the White House, everything from that point to the end is 100% true, 100% factual. I mean, yes. Now, this is a satanic administration. We all realize that satanic Zionists No. No. Ignore that. That's fucked up. Everything after the word occupy is nailed it. Bullseye.
Probably she'll provide us evidence of this the same time that she provides evidence that Egyptian planes were linked to the murder of Charlie Kirk.
But you Candace still going with her reposting.
Time has come for the military to refuse to cooperate with orders like this. Catholics will have to take the lead. Christian Zionists are incapable of rational behavior. I mean, wow. That first sentence, 100% accurate, true.
Someone who said, the time has come for the military to refuse to cooperate with orders like this. Catholics will have to take the lead. The Christian Zionists are incapable of rational behavior. And then you better agree.
25th Amendment needs to be invoked. He's a genocidal. He's a genocidal lunatic. He's fucking genocidal. Oh my God. And I just. Oh, some Nazi could like jump all over that word. Please don't. Oh my God. If anybody ever sees this and decides to co-opt that word, do not credit me. I did not mean to say it like that. 25th Amendment needs to be invoked. He is a genocidal lunatic. Our Congress and military need to intervene. We are beyond madness. Yeah. Okay, 100% of what she said right there is true. This is a brazen pre-admission of genocide against the Iranian people, which would obviously be a war crime. Madness. 100% true.
With Piers Morgan's commentary that Trump's post was a brazen pre-admission of genocide against the Iranian people, replying the 25th Amendment needs to be invoked. He is a genocidal lunatic. Our Congress and military need to intervene. We are beyond madness. But then you also had one of Trump's die-hard, filthiest bootlickers and close advisors out there, Laura Loomer, weighing in and writing. Candace Owens is now accusing President Trump's administration of being satanic. Meanwhile, she's dancing on her so-called best friend's grave. Her best friend who didn't invite her to his wedding.
Wait, what? See, and then Looney Loomer has to jump in with her nightmare fuel face and her fucking shrieking harpy voice, giving herself dog food enemas. Oh my God. She has to come in and just like, and it's crazy because as soon as she jumps in, suddenly Candace looks perfectly stable and reasonable.
With that seeming to refer to Charlie Kirk and then Candace's conspiracy theories about his assassination. And then you had Loomer going after Tucker Carlson as well, writing, by riling people up with lies about how President Trump is the Antichrist, Tucker Carlson appears to be trying to incite someone to physically harm President Trump. How can anyone who claims to...
See? Oh my God. This is why this bitch has had to be committed, and that's no joke. Look her up. The fucking bitch has had to be committed. Yeah, they've had to commit her because she's ate up in the head.
Be loyal to the president.
And that's so insane. Trying to incite someone to harm. So, by your own standards, by your own logic, you belong in prison because you incite violence, you incite physical harm upon people with like every other tweet you do. Can we call her? I'm going to invoke Peter Still here. Pick up a new word to describe Laura Loomer. She's a whoopee. More than a harpy. Worse than a harpy.
Continue making excuses for Tucker. I hate Tucker Carlson. With her also reiterating the same claim she's made for months now that Tucker is actually a Muslim. With her even polling her followers on whether they should call him Tucker Carlson or Tehran Tucker. And then with all this, you had a New York Post reporter who quoted Trump saying, Tucker's a low IQ person that has absolutely no idea what's going on. He calls me all the time. I don't respond to his calls. I don't deal with him. I like dealing with smart people, not fools.
Yeah. Except if you would have talked to Trump 6 months ago about Tucker Carlson. I love Tucker Carlson. He's a real smart guy. High IQ, that one. 6 months ago, that's what he would have said about Tucker Carlson. So how can you... I mean, like, seriously. Of course he's going to say this now. He's going to say it about anybody who dares criticize him about anything. Even if it wasn't for the fact that Tucker goes completely off the rails. But something tells me, because for everything you can say about Tucker Carlson, how successful he's been as an opportunist, he's definitely not a dumb man. He's anything but dumb. So I would say that everything he's saying about Trump is carefully calculated. I would say that if I was going to be a gambling man, if you gave me $500 to place a bet, to make a bet, to make a wager, I would wager that it looks like the things he said take aim at Trump, but it's really calculated to trigger the people all around him. That's the real target, is the people all around him. All that stuff he said, yeah, he's insulting Trump, but he knows the kind of person Trump is. And he knows that the only way the stuff he's saying about Trump is going to get to Trump is if someone goes and tells him. So it looks like he's taking a shot at Trump, but he's taking a shot at everybody around Trump because he knows Trump doesn't give a shit about all that religious stuff. But he knows the people all around him use religion as their number one prop. And he sees all these people doing the laying on of hands, and he sees that, what's her name? Paula White? That wackadoo lunatic. He sees all that and he's like, oh, what's the best way to trigger them into oblivion? Oh, we'll call Trump the Antichrist. Although he didn't actually say it. He just, there's enough context clues there.
But then also, all the while, there's a person who's seemingly trying to mend the divide here, and that is Megyn Kelly. Or with her explaining away Trump's post as a kind of a tactical genius.
The president's messaging on Iran has been particularly erratic over the past week. And I don't know whether this is all strategy. Trump likes to keep the enemy guessing. So he often has erratic messaging that to us looks kind of crazy, but to him is just, a tactic.
Right. And then she expressed serious concern about the way that this war is tearing the MAGA coalition apart.
And look, the president, I told him this directly, that I don't support this war, but I do support him. And there's a difference. You know, you can still support Trump and his agenda without, you don't have to go full TDS
Right.
in order to say, I object to this war and I don't think this is a good idea. I've kind of given up on 2026, to be perfectly honest with you. But like,
But that's the thing. You don't have to go full TDS. God. Anytime someone tells you you have TDS, say, no, I got my cootie shots in elementary school with all the other kids. Because this whole TDS thing, it's literally like just telling people they have cooties. It's so childish and stupid. But anyway. God, I lost my train of thought. Okay, she's saying you don't have to go full TDS. Chris says, well, that's the thing. Okay? Any lack of support for the war is going to get you accused of having TDS because that's how the fucking cult works. Now, the only people who are going to agree with you that I mean, it's going to be anyone outside of the dumbass cult. Anyone, especially anyone on the left, is going to be like, yeah, no. Just because you don't agree with the war doesn't mean you hate the country. You know? Just because you don't agree with the war doesn't mean you're turning against your party. You just don't like what the person in control of your party is doing. And she clearly doesn't. She would never admit that.
2028 could still be salvaged and could definitely be hurt.
But also, as you have Republicans panicking about the midterms, there's a Republican who's now dropped out that's in a lot of hot water. And that's because another former staffer is accusing Texas Representative Tony Gonzalez of sending sexually explicit messages, like hundreds of them. And of course, this comes weeks after he admitted to a 2024 affair with a staff member who later died by suicide. Right, but now you have a local Texas outlet reporting that they obtained text messages between Gonzalez and his 2020 campaign political director, along with an interview with the staffer herself who asked to remain anonymous. And the messages appear to show Gonzalez asking for nude pictures and requesting sexual acts repeatedly, despite the staffer turning him down over and over. We're talking about messages asking about her underwear, requesting specific acts, things like that can't be explained as a misunderstanding, and there are hundreds of them. And as far as the former staffer, she acknowledged that while Gonzalez's message made her uncomfortable and she often tried deflecting with humor or redirection, she sometimes responded to his explicit messages with some of her own, with her saying, I'm not totally innocent in all this. With her also being clear that their relationship never became physical, saying she met with Gonzalez at her house twice for work purposes, but we didn't so much as touch. She also explained why she never said anything at the time, saying, I got used to just having to blow off things guys say, because every single time you say something, you end up the bitch, you end up the problem, you can't work with others. And as far as why she came forward, she said she decided after learning about the other staffer, saying he obviously pursued her like he did with me. I never took him serious. It wasn't until this poor girl died that I thought, no, this guy is pure evil. This behavior needs to stop. And while we haven't gotten a statement from Gonzalez on this latest revelation, he was already in a precarious position. But he already dropped his re-election bid after admitting to the 2024 affair under pressure from
Possibly
House
bubblegum,
Republicans,
possibly
with them
cotton
stopping
candy?
short of asking for his resignation at the
I
time.
don't
The question
know.
now is whether that's going to hold. And there you had Representative Anna Paulina Luna, a Republican
cherry
from Florida,
base.
saying that she reviewed even more explicit messages from Gonzalez that haven't been made public. But they're calling it telltale predator behavior and saying, if I could expel him tomorrow, I would. But as far as where things are on that front, the House Ethics Committee is currently investigating, and reports say that this is really only the tip of the iceberg regarding his behavior towards subordinates. But also the politics of this, it makes it complicated for Republicans. Right? Because the Republicans, they hold a razor-thin House majority. I mean, as little as one vote on party line issues, depending on attendance. If they expel Gonzalez, that means losing a seat and making that margin even thinner. So actually, there have reportedly been informal talks about pairing a vote, right? Voting to expel both Gonzalez and Democratic Representative Sheila Cherfilus McCormick of Florida, who's been charged with stealing $5 million in FEMA money for her campaign. And the idea there is that a bipartisan double expulsion would be easier for both parties to swallow politically. But there, I'll say nothing's confirmed, and we'll have to see whether the Ethics Committee's findings and the mounting public pressure force the issue before any pairing strategy materializes. But also, while we're talking about controversial leaders and lawmakers, we've then got to talk about the people that are governing the state of Florida. Because Ron DeSantis just signed a law that essentially allows him to label any group a terrorist organization, domestic or foreign, with no court involved. And as far as how it specifically works, you first have a top official at the Florida Department of Law Enforcement designating a group as a terrorist organization. Then DeSantis and 3 members of the Florida cabinet, they approve or reject that designation. Once approved, that group can be forcibly dissolved. It can no longer receive funding through school districts or state agencies, and university students can actually be expelled if they promote a domestic domestic terrorist organization or foreign terrorist organization. No judge, no court hearing, no adversarial process. A governor and 3 cabinet members decide who's a terrorist. This isn't happening in a bubble or some vacuum. A federal judge already blocked DeSantis' December executive order that labeled the Council on American Islamic Relations and the Muslim Brotherhood as foreign terrorist organizations, where the court found that it just didn't pass constitutional muster. So what DeSantis did was take that same idea and turn it into legislation. In the framing, it makes it clear who this is aimed at. DeSantis has promised that the law will protect against Sharia law, saying, we don't want money flowing to these groups that are appendages of terrorist groups. And adding, we'll do millions for public safety, millions for education, but never 1 red cent for jihad. Right, and also the word promoted in the student expulsion provision, it's doing a lot of work. Right, what counts is promoting a designated organization, sharing an article, attending a protest, posting on social media, inviting a speaker to campus. The law doesn't define it, which means that the chill on speech, it goes far beyond actual material support for terrorism. You've got PEN America saying that this law could chill free speech by placing unprecedented pressure on individuals to avoid speaking, organizing, or engaging with certain viewpoints. You've got legal scholars from the University of Chicago and Stanford saying that these types of designations lay the groundwork for even more sweeping forms of authoritarianism. Right, in CARE, they call the law draconian and unconstitutional. But then, of course, on the other side of this, there are supporters who are cheering. You also have the lieutenant governor explaining who gets designated, saying people who don't stand for our values. Right, not people who commit violence, just people who don't stand for our values. And he gets to decide what those values are. But all that said, as far as what happens next, even DeSantis is expecting it. He said that he anticipates civil rights groups are going to challenge the law in court, though there he promises a victory on appeal. Though, given that a federal judge already blocked his executive order doing essentially the same thing, that confidence might be misplaced. But the big thing is that in the meantime, the law's in the books.
Going by legal definitions,
power exists, and the chilling effect on speech, association, and organizing in Florida, that's going to be immediate. Right? And that's whether or not the law survives the court challenge. And then there's more we're going to dive into in just a minute. But first, let me thank a sponsor and say, I think a lot of us convince ourselves that putting something off, it's the same as handling it later. But it's not. It's just procrastination with better branding. Texas wants to make Bible passages required reading in public schools. Not as an elective, not as an option, required, starting as early as elementary school with Noah's Ark and Moses, and going up through middle school and high school with David and Goliath and Jonah and the whale. They're also pushing to narrow history classes around U.S. and Texas-centered lessons, cutting room for world history and other cultures. This is happening in a state where 66% of public school students are Hispanic or Black. And with all this, you have experts warning that it could leave students less prepared for college, the workforce, and the world they'll actually be living in. But as far as the proposals, you have the Texas State Board of Education set to discuss 2 proposed reading lists. The first includes childhood standards like The Very Hungry Caterpillar and A Wrinkle in Time, with older students reading things like MLK's I Have a Dream speech. But it then also requires middle and high schoolers to read Bible passages, David and Goliath, Jonah and the whale. And then the second proposal actually goes further, requiring Bible reading starting in elementary school, including Noah's Ark and Moses and the Exodus. One of the key things is that the Bible is already an option for Texas English teachers. It's just that it's not required, but these proposals would change that. And then at the same time, in history classes, the board's pushing for an emphasis on U.S. and Texas history, which is a move that progressive groups and historians have criticized as promoting American exceptionalism through a Christian lens. And this is actually part of a broader national push from Republicans to center Christianity in American education under the banner of classical education, right? The same movement behind the CLT standardized test that we just talked about. Now, supporters say that it's about focusing on Western thought and the intellectual traditions that shaped American culture. Some states have even tried to hang the 10 Commandments in classrooms. Others have moved to ban pride flags. And the at least afford
something you can fucking hang. Balls on your chin, 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 balls on your chin.
To fall further behind. But then, next up in some wild news, Kanye West just got blocked from entering the United Kingdom. The government just denied his travel authorization on the grounds that his presence would not be conducive to the public good. And so an entire music festival, 50,000 people a day, it's been canceled as a result. Because getting into specifics, Kanye was scheduled to headline the Wireless Festival in London in July, which is a major festival that draws tons of people. But the backlash was immediate. You had major sponsors like Pepsi pulling out, Prime Minister Keir Starmer condemning the event, pressure mounting to drop Kanye from the lineup. And in response, you had Kanye putting out a last-minute statement offering to meet with Britain's Jewish community, insisting he only wants to bring peace and love.
I know words aren't enough, he said in the statement. I'll have to show change through my actions. You know what would be a good action to show your change? Fuck all the way off. If you would just go fuck yourself and fuck all the way off, that would really show people that you're changed.
and adding, "I know words aren't enough. I'll have to show change through my actions." And while the festival director encouraged forgiveness and second chances, this morning you had the UK government shutting it down, with the Home Secretary telling the BBC that the office denied Kanye's electronic travel authorization on the grounds that his presence would not be conducive to the public good.
It
And with that, you had the
wouldn't.
festival releasing a statement saying Wireless Festival has been forced to cancel. All ticket holders will receive an automatic full refund. Right? And then you had the
Good idea.
festival saying, as with every wireless festival, multiple stakeholders were consulted in advance of booking, yay, and no concerns were highlighted at the time. Which to that, you had many going, really? Less than a year ago, Kanye released a song called Hail Hitler. And others noting that before that, he threatened to go DEFCON 3 on Jewish people. He called himself a Nazi. He sold shirts with swastikas. He went on countless anti-Semitic tirades across interviews, social media, and public appearances. And so you had many looking at this and going, well, how are no concerns highlighted? And then actually you had the campaign against anti-Semitism responding, who are they consulting? A wall? That's what happens when the only stakeholders you speak to are those who stand to make a profit. And adding, it's nice that now Wireless is saying anti-Semitism in all its forms is abhorrent, when just a few hours ago, the festival promoter was saying we all need to forgive Kanye for declaring himself a full-blown Nazi only recently. Now there, on the note of apologies, you have people noting Kanye's apologized multiple times over the years, though he has also walked some of those apologies back. Or most recently, in January, he actually took out a full-page ad in the Wall Street Journal saying that he lost touch with reality amid his struggles with bipolar disorder, saying, "I regret and am deeply mortified by my actions in that state and am committed to accountability, treatment, and meaningful change. It does not excuse what I did, though. I am not a Nazi or an anti-Semite. I love Jewish people." Though for a lot of people, that wasn't enough, and that the cycle of offensive statements, followed by apologies, followed by more offensive statements, it's made it kind of impossible for a lot of people to take any single apology at face value. But that's not to say that is the universal reaction. Right? Despite the UK blocking him, despite the festival getting canceled, none of it's actually slowing Kanye down. Just last week, Kanye performed 2 sold-out shows at SoFi Stadium in Los Angeles, and according to Bloomberg, he made $33 million from those 2 nights. One show alone pulled in $18 million in ticket sales, making it one of the highest-grossing single shows in live music history. And there's also a lot of things where there were guest appearances from Lauryn Hill and Travis Scott. There was a lot of love there, but there was also a lot of backlash and criticism. Again, there's a lot of money at play. He also recently signed a deal with a label, Gamma. He just released a new album called Bully that debuted at number 2 on the Billboard charts. He also reportedly has upcoming shows in France, India, Spain, and Turkey. So while there is genuine outrage, and enough outrage to actually get a man banned from an entire country, there are also clearly enough people that are willing to buy tickets, stream the music, and show up that the comeback machine just keeps rolling. And so with all this, I would really love to know your thoughts. Are you loving it? Are you hating it? Are you not sure? Do you see this as Kanye on some sort of redemption arc, or do you see it as just kind of more of the same cycle? Why not? I'd love to hear from you in those comments down below. But then, my friends, you beautiful bastards, is the end of your Tuesday Philip DeFranco Show dive into the news. Also, even if this just connects to one of you, I want you to know that this week is getting even to me. With that said, a little housekeeping as we wind things down. Tomorrow, in addition to the Philip DeFranco Show, you're going to get a brand new episode of Crashing Out with myself and Alex Pearlman. Also, this week, we're going to take a look at the Georgia governor's race, because it is getting overlooked, but it is crazy. And of course, remember, in the meantime, if you want to support independent media, support the show, you can go subscribe at philipdefranco.com. There are free accounts, there are paid accounts. You can go ad-free, you can get extras. But yeah, I'm going to give you back your night. Thank you for watching. I love yo faces, and I'll see you right back here tomorrow.
This is what would happen to your body if you ate mood sleep gummies every day. Day 1, you take your first gummy at bedtime, maybe expecting disappointment. But 20 minutes later, your racing thoughts slow down and you're falling asleep without tossing and turning for hours. It's like finding a dimmer switch for your brain. Day 2, you sleep through the night. No 3 a.m. wake-ups, no staring at the ceiling, and you actually wake up refreshed instead of like you've been hit by a truck. Day
Thank you very much. You folks are in here. Place is packed. There are lines that go back 6 blocks. There is such love in this country for everything we stand for. You saw that on Election Day. And you're going to see it more and more. So we're all part of this very historic movement, a movement the likes of which, actually, the world has never seen before.
Often the move is to say, you're making a comparison to Hitler. It's not a perfect comparison, and therefore, let's throw all of history out. Whereas what I would say is, of course, the comparison's not perfect. No comparison's ever perfect. History doesn't repeat. But history is this huge resource of patterns It's this huge resource of structures. It's a way to try to get your bearings in a moment like the present one where we're not really sure what's going on.
They were one of the greatest liberal democracies in the world. They were the first country to have universal health care for all citizens. They not only invented the printing press, they read more books than any other country, and it was not unusual for each of their cities to have a dozen daily newspapers, a robust free press. And they made the best movies.
World has never seen before.
Often the move is to say, you're making a comparison to Hitler. It's not a perfect comparison, and therefore, let's throw all of history out. Whereas what I would say is, of course, the comparison's not perfect. No comparison's ever perfect. History doesn't repeat. But history is this huge resource of patterns. It's this huge resource of structures. It's a way to try to get your bearings in a moment like the present one where we're not really sure what's going on.
They were one of the greatest liberal democracies in the world. They were the first country to have universal health care for all citizens. They not only invented the printing press, they read more books than any other country, and it was not unusual for each of their cities to have a dozen daily newspapers, a robust free press. And they made the best movies. The art, the culture, the science, they were considered the most intelligent people on earth. In November of 1932, they elected an immigrant, an Austrian, to be their leader. He had no political experience. He didn't talk like a regular politician. He just told it like it is. It was so refreshing. Women loved him. Children were always excited to see him. Oh, and he loved animals.
Look what Hitler dines on. Not even soup for the ascetic vegetarian. Just a couple of crackers for a victory banquet.
He told jokes, he told stories. He was a great dancer. He talked about putting Germany first. And when German football players disrespected the national anthem, they were punished. He talked about creating jobs for everyone. He built roads and infrastructure and camps. He knew how to use the new media, radio, newsreels, and in 1935, he started his own TV network 4 years before Americans were introduced to television.
Heil Hitler!
He even knew how to use fake news.
Im Lager Juden von verschiedenen Berufen haben die Gelegenheit, ihr Berufsleben wieder aufzunehmen.
Oh, how the crowds flocked to see him. But his Nazi party only won 32% of the seats in parliament, which the Germans called the Reichstag. The popular vote was won by Germany's left liberal parties. Hitler wanted more. A few weeks after his inauguration, there was a terrorist incident. Somebody set the German parliament building, the Reichstag, on fire. Many believed it was the Nazis who did it in order to create a national emergency. But Hitler blamed the Communists. The Communist Party was banned, and their seats in parliament taken away. The liberals were vanquished, and the public supported Adolf Hitler, taking complete control. This Jewish weekly in Germany published a front-page editorial saying that everyone should calm down. Now that the Nazis are in power, we don't believe that Herr Hitler and his friends will do all the things that they promised. They won't suddenly take away the constitutional rights of German Jews. They won't lock us up in race ghettos or unleash the murderous mobs on us. They can't do these things because the Constitution won't let them. Back in the U.S., the New York Times agreed. They reassured the American people that things would not be that bad. They even wrote flattering articles and said that Hitler's anti-Semitism was not so genuine or violent as it sounded, and he was merely using anti-Semitism as a bait to catch followers.
When you track how people first reacted to Hitler and Mussolini, they said, oh, he's just insane. Or the classic thing is that the elite party, in this case, the GOP, we're going to invite him into power, and then we're going to control him.
How am I doing? Am I doing okay? I'm president. Hey, I'm president. Can you believe it, right?
Over and over in history, what has happened is that these people get invited in, they get legitimized. And
this is exactly everything I've been saying this whole fucking time. Why it's so stupid that people start crying and whining when you compare him to Hitler, compare this administration to Hitler's regime. It's like, what the fuck? The Holocaust wasn't the only fucking thing he did. That was one thing out of a million things that made the Nazis the Nazis. One thing out of a million things that made Hitler Hitler. One thing out of a million things that made the Third Reich the Third Reich. I mean, the reason it's so easy to compare him to Hitler and so easy to compare this administration to the Nazis is because the cult of personality combined with racism that I don't want to say mirrors it, because mirror can kind of imply an opposite, but emulates. It's a perfect emulator. It's that perfect analogy. Okay. Okay. Let's check out what's going on with this Starfield update. I'm very curious about the Starfield update. Okay, the more I drink this, the more I'm thinking something between bubblegum and cotton candy. But like when you first drink it, when the liquid first hits your tongue, it's like cherry. You think cherry, but then like immediately afterwards, the cherry like morphs into a like a something like a bubblegum cotton candy cake icing. I don't know. No, not cake icing. It could also be no. Yeah, like on the front end, the immediate reaction is cherry, but before you can even get the word out, it's like bubblegum? Cotton candy? Hmm. You know? Bump. Tyrannomod has risen and rules faction military deserted. Has built an army of robots to unite humanity by force. Locations, discover new technology. Don't look. Bringing new ways in side quests. Oh yeah. It's so stupid that they do the whole, hey, here's all this awesome stuff in the Creation Club. Oh, by the way, if you use anything from the Creation Club, it turns off achievements. It's so fucking idiotic. Oh. I mean, I just hate how dumb these fucking devs get sometimes. A lot of the time. All of the time. Band of mercenaries have narrowly escaped an encounter with something that can only be described as beyond evil. Investigate this mysterious and prevent a vile force from invading the universe. Oh, Doom shit. If it's free, I'm taking your shit. Civilian survivals. Oh my god. Prepare for any of this practical portable spacesuit. I love it. It's just like a generic astronaut suit. Digital constellation plushies, creature plushies. Escape. Trapped on our remote source station, you must solve puzzles and make unlikely allies to escape, told riches, and your life. Kind of like zombie shit. Gonna bookmark it. Is it available in bundles? Oh. It is. Oh. Get a discount with this. Oh, I remember seeing that Falkland thing once upon a time. was it? It was I forget what it was. I just remember the one thing I do definitely remember about it is that I remember seeing that ship. That's what, seeing that ship in the thumbnail. At least I think it was from that. I feel like it was. But anyway, the ship in the thumbnail. Like, the minute I see that, I remember seeing it and thinking, like, oh my God. You had a perfectly good chance to have this, like, really, let's see, fucking, yeah, the ship in the upper right corner. It's like that ship would look so fucking cool if you would have remembered to have put an engine, at least one small single engine or something, some form of engine on the module on the right hand side, to the right, which is obviously the bridge. Put an engine there. Hate that. What? I'm sure it's a complete gameplay overhaul that extends gameplay hundreds of levels beyond workhorse. Includes continuously upgraded player rewards, a greatly enhanced additionally. Yeah, nah. Derek. Hello, Derek. Thanks, Sanity companions. Character reaction player. More fun than you can choose to get. Find Derek patiently waiting for someone outside the lodge in New Atlantis. Ew. All this for this one first. Derek is now quest aware of main quests, Crimson and Free Strike quests. Because it will point to him if you dismiss your edge. I like this selects to 8 tricks. So Derek is the robot. I'm gonna save him. There. Okay. Okay. Wait a minute. I think. Let me get rid of that one for now. Okay. I have a way around this. I've done this before. Then
What do you want? I'm very busy, as you can tell. Mess with me and I'll serve you my famous knuckle sandwich. Scared, aren't ya? Yeah, well, newsflash. In fact, what do you say we... Yeah, well, luckily for... Doc... Yeah, we'll take a rain. Oh, are we still talking?
so anyway. Now okay. Now it shouldn't give me any kind of weird messages. Well, not that they're weird messages, but it shouldn't be warning me about missing shit now.
Jake's is a good place to meet contacts. It's got the right amount of booze. I'm not gonna be stuck in this later.
Oh yeah. Let's see. Hmm. Okay. Oh. That's what I was doing.
Well, they say never hire a man when a machine can do it for free. Down here.
If my shift goes long again, my girl is gonna kill me.
Kay's place is like second home. Problem is, I don't really have a first.
Oh.
What you see is what you get. Work's rough, day's rougher. But I like to think when things get bad, that's when people's kindness shines brightest. Even down here, where the sun don't shine. No, I came here like a lot of folks, looking for work. It's an ongoing search. Ones who've been here for a while, they can't even sleep unless they got a turbine in their ear. Maybe someday I'll be the same. Nope, just make sure you wipe your feet. You track mud in, then someone's gotta sweep it out. Most days, that's me.
Oh. Oh. I'll remember to wipe my feet on the way in.
Stay safe.
Okay. I'm leaning way more pink bubble gum than cotton candy now. Because cotton candy has way more of a, I don't know. That they're both very similar, but it's just something about the way the anise an actual chef would laugh at me for going, it's either bubblegum or cotton candy, and then even going far enough to momentarily suggest birthday cake earlier, they'd be like, well, why not go ahead and say cosmic stardust? Because it's all anise.
Problem?
Hey, can you hear me? I think this is working. I only have a general view of things, but you should be near the first junction box. Look for it mounted on the wall. When you find it, open it up and flip the big switch. That's it. Great job. So that tripped the secondary breaker, and that goes to... Oh, wow, really? They wired it like that? Jeez, okay. Okay, got it. Next one is way down past Jake's, and maybe up a story or two? It's a bit of a hike. Sorry.
Oh, I bet y'all be needing to come here at some point. Ah.
I'm gonna be a big-time space cadet.
There we go.
You should be near the next junction box. This section isn't used very much these days, so maybe a little harder to see. That's the one. Next one's not too far. Dead end, right down from Jake's. Right under that apartment they've been trying to sell. Good luck with that, right?
I haven't seen a lock picked that easily since I traveled with Vladimir's soul.
Stay away from me!
I don't even need a gun.
I heard somebody in here yell. Who yelled? Oh. No? Oh. Oh no. Do I have a flashlight? Yeah, I do.
I'm, pretty sure you weren't supposed to take that.
I want to see commissions. Yeah, money. Yeah. Tofu. Somebody'll stay away from me. I assumed somebody in the apartment.
You should be near the next junction box. And if those squatters never cleared out, I would suggest avoiding eye contact. It should be fine. Another switch flipped, another lead to follow. And the lights in here just flickered too. The wiring is worse than I thought. I'm going to work on fixing that little issue while you find the next junction box. Looks like it's over near the The Trade Authority. Okay. Just find that and, maybe don't talk to anyone about it just yet.
I wish I lived on a spaceship. Best watch your pockets around me. Just saying.
Okay.
I used to be an actuary. Now look at me.
Hey there.
Even in the well, the Trade Authority continues to flourish. Makes you sick, doesn't it?
Welcome to the Trade Authority. If you're here on legitimate business, I would be more than happy to help you. If, however, you are here under false pretense, say, sent by one Miss Tsang of UC Distribution, then I'm afraid you'll find nothing illegitimate here to report to her. And I'd ask that you pass along my request to stop these silly games. So, what'll it be?
What? Wait, what?
No one she's sent so far has had any hint of a sense of humor. So either she's getting craftier, or you're not working for her. Please, let me know if I can assist you further. I thought the name made it rather obvious. We are the authority on trade, in the
trade.
settled systems. Whether it's bulk cargo, specialty items, or individual requests, we make sure things get where they need to go. We have shipping lanes across the settled systems and deal with nearly every major corporation and faction there is. We've been in New Atlantis for a very long time, before most things topside were built. With lots of infrastructure already in place, ample storage, and discreet access to the spaceport, it makes sense to stay. It's had the unintentional, but not unwelcome, side effect of weeding out people who can be timid about doing business. The Trade Authority appreciates your visit.
Hmm.
Okay, the final box I need you to deal with should be right around there. Unfortunately, I just realized you're in for a real tangle of cabling. Like 200 years of field attempts to rewire things. I tried to fix it 3 years back and was crying by the second day. Gave up on the third. Anyway, there should be a series of secondary breakers you need to deal with before you can access the junction box. I don't remember the order, but flip levers until all those circuits are powered down.
Yep.
great. Really well done. You saved me like a week of work. Why didn't you meet me at the monitoring station, near where we met?
Whoops. Shit.
Did I say thank you? Because thank you.
Aw.
There's no way I could have done that in a reasonable amount of time all by myself. Well, not everyone would be, and I appreciate it. Thanks to your help, I was able to trace the power drain. I know where it's coming from. Unfortunately, the source is exactly where I was afraid it was. The Trade Authority. So, that's something that I'll need to deal with. That'll be fun. If you want to tag along, I certainly wouldn't complain, but if not, then this is where we part ways.
Oh, everything went.
No lawyering, okay? I don't have the patience for it.
Yeah, I'm coming back to talk to you.
So thanks to you, we've got evidence that the Trade Authority is behind the power drain being reported down here. I don't know if you ever dealt with the Trade Authority, but Zoe is intimidating. I have to go in there, but I really don't want to. You think you'd be willing to go with me? Just make sure this doesn't go badly?
Sure.
Thanks. That means a lot. I can do the talking, I think. Just be ready for, well, anything.
Well, I already know she's weird. Okay. So the flavor of this I mean, it's absolutely outstanding. And the effects, yeah. I'm not jittery, but I am awake and energized. More than I would be if I hadn't drank this. I can definitely feel this. So. And it's a good clean energy burn. I like it. Also got a bee.
That your ship that landed not too long
How is
ago?
it for mass?
It sure is
How
something.
delightful. You'll have to remind me of your name, dear. I'm afraid I can't keep track of all your little worker drones.
I'm Luisa Reyes. Well, you know that, because I've been in here 3 times.
Yes, of course you are. And what was it you were accusing me of with absolutely no evidence?
The power drain is coming from your building, Zoe. You and I both know it. And now I can prove it.
I'm sorry, what?
We traced the drain, checked the grid. It led us here. You can't talk your way out of this.
I'm going to ask you to wait here a moment. I'll be right back.
Okay, just be ready for anything. I don't know if she's going to come out of there with a gun or call in mercenaries or what.
Don't worry. Whatever happens, we're prepared to handle the situation.
I don't want this to turn out violent if we can avoid it, okay? Okay, you're probably right. Just need to breathe.
Well, Miss Reyes, I apologize for not taking this matter more seriously. I assure you, I will eagerly assist in getting to the bottom of this.
No, you're not weaseling out of this. We got to the bottom of it. You are the bottom.
I appreciate your enthusiasm for your work.
You are the bottom.
I do a little more research before casting aspersions.
She comes off like a
Someone
power
has
top
indeed
to me.
been using this location through which to route electrical power. It is not the Trade Authority. I've had my suspicions for a while, and have been keeping detailed notes, which I'm happy to share with you. For now, though, what do we do next?
Wait, what?
Oh, for heaven's sake. I presume you've been assisting Miss Reyes in tracking down this little problem. Well, clearly there's more work to be done. Why don't you continue the work you've been doing with an assurance that the Trade Authority will compensate you for your time? I'll coordinate things here with Miss Reyes. With Mast's access to the grid, we'll find out who did this soon enough. And why. Presumably, you're the one who's been doing the field work, so I believe you'll find there's another junction box out there in the well that needs your attention.
Okay, well, this is not how I saw this going.
Neither.
For the moment, let's assume this is all legitimate. I can sort out the details with Zoe. So why don't you go investigate the next junction box?
Okay.
Registered armor. What? No manufacturer? Well, whoever made that, tell them to get a license from Mast next time.
So weird.
Mess with me and I'll serve you my famous knuckle sandwich.
Come on, I've got to be close. That was interesting.
You should be getting close. Hello? Is this functional? I insist that you provide updates for any suspicious activity. Is that clear? And Zoe's here too, if you hadn't guessed. We've agreed to work together on this. Once you throw the switch, we can direct you to the next junction box.
Maybe we should call this exploration thing quits and open a weapons shop.
Huh.
That's it, thanks. Let's just take a look here. Okay, you're going to want to head for box 45A. It should be near Apex Electronics. You can't possibly be serious. Are you looking at the same diagram I am? 47B is obviously the next one. It's on the same level. Zoe, I know how to read. Ignore me. Head for box 45A, okay?
Oh, hello.
Thank you for trusting that a lifelong employee of Mask knows what she's talking about. Oh, please. I'm sure you can handle whatever challenge might be associated with reaching the box. You're doing great. And that was indeed the correct junction box. See that, Zoe? Yes, fine. Let's move on. Okay, just making sure you saw it. So, now things get interesting. I can't find the next spot on any of my current diagrams.
And I can begrudgingly confirm that she's reading them correctly. We've reached the conclusion that it must be somewhere on the surface, outside the well. Miss Reyes has suggested that this means it's somehow no longer her responsibility. I frankly don't care. I want to find this person.
And here's where I begrudgingly agree with Zoe. It's not technically my problem at this point, but I want to see where this trail leads. If you head topside, I'll pull the diagrams we'll need and contact you.
Always nice to see a fresh face around here. You stop in whenever you'd like.
Everyone's welcome, so long as you keep your hands to yourself. Understand? No causing trouble. No shortage of hungry mouths to feed around you. Mom, that's Kay, gets all the credit. Started making sure people felt welcome back when I was just... She had one rule. No causing trouble. Everyone abided by it. Put their differences aside when they came through the door. After a few years of feeding so many mouths, we needed extra credits to stay afloat. Didn't mean for this to turn into a business, but here we are. If folks are willing to pay a little to have someplace to feel safe and get a decent meal, well then, we'll sure take it.
Yeah? Do you know why this place has stood for so long? I make sure everyone's comfy. I tell it like it is, and I don't take any shit.
Thought that was gonna trigger the
Stay as long as you like.
I swear
And
there's
don't
like
be
some
stranger.
form of side.
Oh shit!
What is wrong with him?
Miss
Miss Reyes is still collecting the necessary diagrams and blueprints to accurately assess the situation.
I wish it would have led
Before
me to
she
love.
returns, I'm going to make you an offer. Whatever you find at the end of this path, you bring it to me first. I'll be certain the Mast gets what it needs, but I trade in valuable information. I suspect you're going to find some. I guarantee you the Trade Authority will pay well. Consider that as you head towards the residential district. We can't pinpoint the source yet, but it's somewhere over there.
Regulation of the Trackers Alliance. The Alliance released a press statement saying that the mark was accurate and the tracker in question didn't hurt anyone. But if history is any judge, it's only a matter of time before an incident occurs with a more tragic outcome. We're listening to the Settled Systems News Network.
So, how are you? Everything good?
Yep.
I got no complaints.
Residential districts, what she said.
Nice day for a picnic.
The luxury liner, Opulence of the Stars, has been hijacked in the Nirvana system by a group calling themselves the Terran Armada. The following is a recording captured by our intrepid reporters on the scene. Warning, what you are about to hear is graphic in nature. Humans of the settled systems, you've lost your way. Scattered among the stars, fighting amongst yourselves like vermin. Worthless, irredeemable. You have forgotten who you are. We shall not. We are the Terran Armada. We are the true children of Earth, and none shall stand in our way. What the? Hours after receipt of this recording, a search and rescue team was dispatched to the liner's last known coordinates. In addition, authorities have asked all available pilots to aid in the search for survivors. We'll have more on this breaking news story as additional information comes in.
What was that?
Holy hell.
That sounded like a threat.
They said they were looking for pilots who can help.
Do what? Everyone on that cruise liner's dead.
Between the fleet, spacers, Terran Armada, it's unsafe.
Well, that's unexpected. Powering down that junction doesn't show any other connections.
Clearly, the source must be inside that residential tower.
Yeah, that would make sense. You know, I think I remember seeing a report about power problems on one of the upper floors. I bet it's related. See if you can get up there.
No, extra damage against robots. Aliens? Hmm. Aha.
Where did you learn to pick a... You know what, on second thought, I don't want to know.
Okay. Unauthorized computer. Okay. Get creative with it. You should have all the juice you need to run the program nonstop. Oh, Newman. They're doing one of those. There's all these 1/10 of a synth. Skimming program.
Did you hear the news about the cruise ship? Shipping service and not a transport. Oh God, yeah. Maybe I should just do that. Go for it. What if those Terrans are still there? That's why I have to go.
Fancy army you got there. Almost puts the Marines to shame. Almost.
Just try and be safe. Who do you think these Terrans are? They call themselves the true children of Earth. Hard to say. That's a scary thought. We should start loading up on emergency supplies. They won't, just in case.
Yeah. Here's a secret passage.
Walter spends a fortune to maintain the lodge, but I'd say it's worth every credit. Holy shit. Oh, come on. This sucks. Look at this place. It's just as we left it. You know, I've often wondered who keeps the lodge so meticulously clean. No, there we go.
What do I mean? What do I need? Two power circuits and 3 relay. Two power circuits and 3 0 wire.
I've got them. We're doing the best we can here. That's all we can ever do. Well, that's what I'm here for. Yeah, some minor... We'll do some clean... All right. We're no Reliant Medical Debt. Funny story about... Over time, they built... The walls and the ceiling have changed, but this...
Yeah.
Don't have much of a choice. We've scraped by...
Some of the shit from the Freestar systems might actually kill you. You drinking? You buying? What's it gonna be? Yeah? Alright. Uh-huh.
Hmm. This didn't help.
Can't say I'll have what you need. Stock's a bit low, so you might find yourself disappointed. That's so. Think folks don't hear it too? Yeah, I get that kind of attitude far too often. It's fine, just...
Just in case.
Stay safe out there.
Jake's is a good place to meet contacts. It's got the right amount of booze and the right amount of schmooze.
If you got anything valuable, keep it close. You never know.
House of the Enlightened. I can't get distracted.
You didn't hear this from me, but those ecliptic
Oh
mercenaries,
shit.
the factions use them sometimes. Freestar Collective and UC both. That's why they give them a wide berth. Ask me, those murdering assholes should be blasted into space dust.
So you tracked it down. You've got something to show for it? Great. I'll get this back to... I'm not stupid. I know Zoe probably, and I'm really glad we got... So, looks like maybe someone thought they could hack into Calibanc's system. In fact, looks like maybe they did. Still want to claim you had nothing to do with this, Zoe?
My dear, why in the world would I want to break the law? And Galbank, no less. I do quite enough business with them as it is.
All right. Well, I'll have some people look over this. Maybe they'll be in touch.
I very much doubt that.
See you around.
Thing about the trade business? Who you know matters as much as anything else.
Okay.
It's
I
quick.
still
If
need
there's
to...
something you need, no matter what it is, either I have... Of course, of course.
Let's see. Those need to go into...
That depends. If you have a ship and are willing to haul... We frequently post cargo running jobs up on the mission board. Check them out. I've heard our jobs pay well. If you need anything else? Yes.
I'm gonna be a big-time space pilot someday. Gonna have my own ship.
Having a good one?
Personally, I think daylight's overrated. I get by just fine. You ask me, the real New Atlantis is down here. All that stuff topside. It's kind of fake, you know? A lot of people will tell you it's the worst. One step above being homeless. They'll whine about how folks topside have it so much better. Me, I like it. It's more real down here. Topside, everyone's trying to show how civilized and rich they are. Oh, it's exhausting. But hey, to each their own. Look around. You tell me. You see it's a big organization. A lot of planets, a lot of people, a whole lot to keep track of. Sometimes they don't do such a good job of that. Sometimes stuff falls through the cracks, winds up collecting dust in some warehouse. But that's all right, because I, and by extension you, get to benefit. I make great deals on stuff in bulk, you get some low prices. Everyone wins. Absolutely. Watch your back out there.
Years together.
Okay. 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 Where do I find power circuits in Starfield? Distribution. Cheating, but I don't care. Well, I'm not really cheating.
Chill for a cup of coffee right about now. Something to report?
Nope. Need... Holy shit.
I know, you think this is a joke of a job.
I'm gonna go in there to just Outland. UC Distribution Center.
I'm afraid, due to recent legislative action, I'm no longer able to allocate ships. I can, however, deal in general goods.
Good.
Welcome to UC Distribution. Something I can do for you?
Yes, yes, yes.
I hope we have what you need.
Me too. What?
Right. Come back if you need something else.
Evening.
I think I got them.
I feel impressed.
You're only as safe as your equipment out there. Welcome to Outland. We deal in only the finest, most reliable gear for whatever adventures may await you. All of our products come highly recommended by individuals who have... And while I've never needed them myself, I stand by everything we offer. No flying for me. Not my style.
Oh, but buck naked.
Goodness, no, I just couldn't. You're out there millions of miles away from anything, and if something goes wrong, I can't stomach the thought. I prefer solid ground under my feet at all times. And preferably
so
a hot, fresh
get on that
coffee
ship
within
and get
reach. Can't get those in space either. I do. In this line of work, it's essential, don't you think? Not seeing people come back would not only suggest that they're not satisfied with our business, but that whatever they purchased had failed, leaving them unable to return. I would not be able to sleep at night if I thought that were the case. Yes, by all means. See you around.
They're getting very frustrating. Starfield rescue the bot. Seems like I'm just gonna have trouble with this. Where do I find power circuits in Starfield? Power circuit is a resource. Valo Olai. You go to one of those places first. Okay. So, I'm not going to be able to repair him. But I've got some of the stuff. I got the zero wire. Okay.
He's quite something, our Bobby, isn't he?
Wait, what?
Hi.
Hey.
Hey, it's you again.
Yeah.
You too. These are my parents. I told everyone they just got on a different shuttle, but nobody would listen. We're just exploring New Atlantis. We have a new apartment. This place is amazing. Anyway, it was nice to see you again. Maybe I'll see you around. And don't forget my birthday. It's June 11th.
Bobby mentioned he met you. He's had quite the... I missed our Bobby so much. We barely got out of that base with our lives.
Okay.
Keep your nose clean. Last thing I want to do is network.
In other news, Maroon Zealots have been sighted in the Moloch, Zosman, Ophion, and Akaran systems. The heart of the settled systems, SSNN.
But David's my friend. He writes me.
I hate to break it to you, but his PA is the one who signs all those cards and headshots. Mr. Barron's a very busy and important man.
I came all this
I
way.
bet whoever came up with bad news travels fast wasn't taking interstellar distances into account.
maybe get you a ticket to a speaking gig he's got. That's all I can do.
You are the best! I will meet David. It's going to happen.
Welcome to SSNN.
If you've seen something interesting, let me know. If it pans out into a full story, you'll be compensated. Welcome to SSNN, where the news never sleeps. If you're part of the David Barron fan club, try not to inflate his ego too much. He's liable to burst.
David seems like a veiny gamaniac.
Sounds like you know him personally. Let's take a look at you. You're not from around here. My guess is you really work for a living. I bet you have a story or two. I have a feeling about such things.
Life has got very weird and interesting lately.
Sounds like an old pickup line. But it really has, hasn't it? I'm interested only in primary sources. So things you've seen and or done that are newsworthy. No hearsay. So, what do you got for me?
Crimson Fleet attacked an Argus-signing facility on Vectera.
Looks like some Crimson Fleet brainiac figured out it's easier to hit stationary targets than dogfighting in the field. And you are an eyewitness with the courtesy to find us instead of being chased down. Refreshing. So what were the pirates doing there? It's not their usual MO.
Tell them about the ore. That was quite a lucrative operation.
We're mining beryllium, iron, and some rare minerals. Easy to finish.
Rare minerals, you say? That would be worth the price of admission. So what's your role in all this? Part of a tour group?
I was one of the miners.
Huh. I didn't realize Argos extractors hired such capable crew. So we've covered the basics. How about any harrowing tales of daring do? How'd a bunch of miners triumph?
Mining crew banded together and fought them off with mining lasers.
Sounds like a good outfit. The heroic miner is a good angle. This is a good local story. Plucky miners band together and punch above their weight. If you ever get more stories like this, drop by. And take this to cover any incidentals, or other creative ways to pad out an expense report.
It's important that the people of the United Colonies can trust their primary news source. If you ever find yourself with a hot lead, we will do our best to protect your anonymity. Administrations come and go in the big city, but SSNN is here to stay.
Well, that's gonna be a thing at some point.
I can't believe I'm here. SSNN.
Oh. To the spaceport.
contrary to what you might have heard, UC security personnel are good people. And Sergeant Yumi just happens to be an old friend.
Hey.
15-hour shifts are killing me. Gotta be honest, I'm a little surprised every time.
You.
Hey, what can I do for you? Need some work done?
Hmm.
I'm sure you can find something you'll... I would try to viewport. It'll be on your left once you get... Okay, no problem.
Yes. Oh shit. Yeah, I'm gonna do this one first. Oh shit.
All right, let's get this crate into space.
I'll get to it, Dad.
Use cruise mode. Cruise mode by holding LB1 space. Just view the throttle. Use accelerate. Okay, cruise. Plans for moves. Engage on the. Okay.
This ain't like getting around to a dome. You understand?
Oh, fine, okay. I'm going.
What? We're not gonna go there yet. Hmm. Spaceship debris? Let's check it out. Yikes.
Fancy a drive? It appears things have gone downhill since the last time you were here. Argos has clearly washed its hands of this operation.
Well, you're back. Oh no, don't start. I've had enough Barrett for one lifetime. I don't need the sequel showing up on my doorstep. More pirates showed up when you were gone. We weren't as lucky this time. Calvert, Troy, some of the new Dusties.
Uh-oh.
They didn't make it.
I'm gonna about remake. Evacuated after the first attack.
Stick around. But we had injured people on recovery and pickup. Anyway, I was pinned down behind some crates with Barrett. Bullets and laser fire everywhere. No smile on that damn carefree face of his. Like he knew this was it. I started steeling myself to go out fighting. Then that idiot puts his hand on my shoulder and says, "Stay here, Lynn. I got you."
I know that talk. Suicide mission.
Not quite. Barrett is more dangerous than you might think. Next thing I know, 2 of the pirates are dead, and he's got the 3rd one in a headlock. Drags him out into the open at gunpoint and demands to talk, or else I'm going to demonstrate Newton's 3rd law on this guy's temporal lobe. And that's when they brought out Hela.
It was going so well until that
I
part.
didn't overhear everything, but after the 10 longest seconds of my life, Barrett put his hands up, and both of them ended up getting taken aboard the pirate ship. And that's the last I saw of either of them.
This was packing up. Why not mention the
Too risky
attack?
to put that in the message. Too much liability. You know how it is. Our clients need to know when the operations start and stop. We handle the rest.
Need to find Barrett and Hiller,
They
Lynn.
could have grav-jumped anywhere. I tried pinging a transmission to the ship in the comms building before they left, but the pirates must have fried it. You want to try it? Go ahead. But the odds of them being alive, even if you could find them... I've lost a lot of people on this run, Dusty. I just want to pack up.
Bye.
That's not a door. That's not a door. Shit. It is a door. So
If that was locked, there must be something they don't want us to find.
You wanna try fixing that computer? Go ahead. Don't see what good it will do since they're already gone, but fine. Here. I'm fine, Dusty. Only managed to scrounge up... What can I help you with?
make out the grav jump calculations before we're out of range. Out of range of what? Out of range of the sensor array on Vectera. Would you keep up? Once we're outside the star system, the bandwidth goes from instant speed to effectively never. What good is sending a transmission down there? You gonna tell Lynn how royally screwed we both are? She doesn't even have a ship. You underestimate how many of my admirers there are in the galaxy, Heller. One of them is bound to show up, looking to reunite with this handsome face. We're doomed. Capital D, doomed. Got it, okay. Whoever finds this, I'm attaching the interstellar coordinates to the metadata on the transmission. Rescue us. Repeat. Rescue us.
Mm.
So, you actually get that computer working again?
Yeah, with the power cells that were laying on, I noticed were laying all over the place. I don't need anything.
What? Let me see that. Funny. Even knowing he's alive, I still never want to see him again. Hella, on the other hand. Okay, let me send you the location data embedded in the transmission. Find them, okay?
I knew it. You care about them. You're a softie.
What? Really? Not really cut out for whatever it is people like you and Barrett do. But it might not be a bad time to think about a career change after all this. If you have room in your crew for an outpost supervisor, maybe we can talk. Well, don't start buying me stuffed animals for my birthday or anything. But yes, alright. I don't like seeing my people hurt. Even Barrett and Hella. Just get after them, okay? And hey, if you ever need a little extra help, I've been thinking about a career change lately. Maybe it's time to put Argos behind me. Seems like you've been keeping busy, Dusty. If, you find yourself in need of a capable traveling companion, we should talk. My contract's up with Argos, and I could use a change of scenery. Works for me. I'm not fussy about assignments. I'll go where I'm needed. Right. I'll get to work. Let's catch up later.
Yeah, what is it? Fine by me. Goodbye.
See you on the ship, Lynn.
Good luck finding Barrett. Keep an eye out for Heller while you're at it.
Hmm?
Captain on deck.
Can't believe Barrett snuck a transmission to us. He always finds a way. Damn him. Something I can help you with, Dusty?
Oh,
I suppose that
personal
wouldn't kill
questions. What made you want to become a miner?
I never considered anything else. My parents were miners too. I've been learning the trade since I was old enough to dig. Longest I've spent above ground was the year and a half I served in the UC military during the Colony War. That was more than enough for me. I prefer to keep my boots full of dust and my pockets full of credits. Less trouble that way.
Life outside of Argos.
All right. What's your question?
Yellow-eyed demon. During the Colony War.
I did.
Aha!
I know I don't seem like the military type. Like most people, I was less practical when I was young.
Served the entire war?
I was only in the military for a year and a half. I spent the rest of the war underground, mining materials for the UC to turn into ships and bullets. I was talked into it. Someone I loved felt called to serve, and he asked me to join him. Only one of us walked away from the war, though.
What did you do?
I was a drill sergeant. You don't seem surprised. I have a firm hand and a knack for getting the best out of people. The UC saw that and put me in charge of training new recruits for combat.
Okay. Seems like it's just strict with minors.
I lost someone dear to me in the war. I'm as strict as I need to be to make sure my workers' families don't have to go through that too. Mining can be as dangerous as combat, you know. There's a good reason why I've held on to old habits.
May I ask who you lost?
It was my husband. The love of my life. He was killed just a month before the armistice.
Did you serve
No,
together?
we didn't. I was stationed at a recruiting center on Jemison, and he served on the front lines. He was a crewman aboard one of the UC's largest ships. He used to tease me about how much more exciting his service was than mine. He always hated being stuck in cities for too long.
Oh, sorry for your loss.
It was never quite the same after he died. Certainly.
Oh, do you know anything about the artifact I found?
No, I don't. I only ask as many questions as I need to get my job done. I had no idea it was dangerous.
It was an exciting day on the job, to say the least.
And I'm glad you bounced back from it. Losing a miner is never easy. I hope that satisfied your curiosity.
Oh, yeah, man. I need to... At some point... That's all one thing. So... I'm gonna carry the plushie just in case. Gonna hold on to that one. Okay. Interesting. Okay.
You just try and stop me.
Oh shit.
Don't rush the scan. Wouldn't want to overlook anything valuable.
Oh, hey, it's you. And here I thought you were some pirate coming back to kill me. Lucky me, right?
I'm a hallucination. Hello, your last thoughts are apparently of me.
You see, I laugh, but I'm on a lot of meds. Kinda just mellows everything.
Don't make things worse than they already are for this poor man.
Man, I was so terrified when I got pulled on board that pirate ship. There it was all. Sorry, brother. I'll get us out of this. Trust me.
Trust me is my go-to line when someone shouldn't trust me.
Yeah, I'm starting to see that. He tells me we need to start pretending to fight each other. Trick the pirates into thinking they need to come in before one of us gets killed. I just remember him shouting, "This kid is a killer. How am I supposed to defend myself against these pearly whites? He's gonna bite my face off." I mean, I didn't think it would work, but they came in. All of a sudden.
When you shot someone he shouldn't have. When you shot something he shouldn't have.
Bingo. Blasted the pilot right in the back. Through to the flight console. Dropped orbit. I blacked out. You missed the fun part, Heller. Then he did the little finger gun thing.
There it is in here.
Oh, yeah. Probably should have talked about that first. Did I mention I'm on a lot of pain? So, I was real excited. And then, really, really less excited. I was drifting in and out. Got a signal from the ship before they grabbed you. Hey,
Get you on your feet first.
Just, give me a minute. I think the worst of it is, let me know when you want to head out. Still think there might be a spot for me on? Whew, oh, I'm glad to hear you say that. You got it. Catch you on the flip side, boss. Thanks for letting me tag along.
surviving being attacked, causing trouble. Isn't that just fighting back? Hey, pilot, could you move your arm a little bit to the left? I can't make out the console.
Don't move. He's trying to figure out our destination. Probably transmitting this conversation right now while we're still in orbit.
Well, yeah. Thought I was making that pretty obvious. Okay, put the gun down. I'm done. See? My retinas are pointing away from the console and towards this lovely view of space we have out the window.
Tie him up. Once we get back to the base, the fun starts.
Ooh.
Move on.
I found something for you.
Hey, what's going on? Do I ever? Here.
Oh, what? Wow.
Dad and I will be riding passenger with you. The most boring job in space travel. I want to fly my own ship and go all over the place. Like you and Dad, really. But hopefully not as crazy as your travels. I thought Dad's were exciting. But yours? Brr. Bye.
Something you need?
Hey, you need something?
Good to see you.
Actually, first.
Is mining on the schedule today? Make it quick. Be safe.